What's up, Danger? How you doing, man? Yeah. Today, we're gonna try more alt multi-class stuff with DH and Windwalker, and then we're gonna do some real threes later tonight. But instead of just doing viewer twos and stuff, I'm going to try SOD again, even though I don't really like vanilla WoW usually. But the copium I have is the devs actually make changes to this game, unlike retail, and maybe they'll add arena to it eventually. You never know. And I've heard there's like PvP gear and stuff that you can get. So I'll give it a second shot, especially since there's a giant XP boost, and I can just, you know, level while I wait like 2 or 3 shuffle queues for the entire day. You know, it is what it is. Do I need to get 3 WoW accounts now? So I can sit 2 shuffle queues while I do SOD? No way. I already paid 3 subs because of Europe. No way I could pay 4 subs. I'm already broke. Trying to tolerate shuffle. Yeah, I wouldn't play fire in shuffle. You're way too squishy. Yeah, I've seen the clips of classic people are crazy. Kind of down bad at this meta for like 3 weeks of just every game being 8 to 11 minutes decided on mana. Like there's just, might as well play an unranked game if they're just gonna make the real game not have any skill anyway. But maybe War Within and like Season 4 will be better or something. I'm so tired of dampening. I'm getting bored of Outlaw because I don't really like RNG on whether I could spam between the eyes or not. Like maybe I'll play like some more sub RLD or something and see if that's more fun. In general, it's just, I played some Sug Thug Cleave the other night with Kareki and Jaw at like really, really low rating, and we were still losing every game, so like it was really depressing. It was like 2400 or just like top 600, not even. Like sub is just really, really inconsistent based on what you're queuing into. But also like sub kind of needs like a Holy Priest or something, or like a Resta Druid. Like I think Disc isn't that great for it, and I think Thug Cleave isn't that great either. If you don't just like cheese in the opener. Not really about like goes. But maybe they just weren't playing for CC, I don't know. Like we weren't really getting like half sap fears and stuff like as a chain. I don't know. It was really depressing. Asa's more fun. I don't really enjoy Asa. I can't really play around Gouge. And I think trying to AoE people with Crimson Tempest and stuff is kind of lame. I've been enjoying my Windwalker and my Demon Hunter though. I like playing a class that doesn't just automatically be last on damage even if you play really well. That's all that matters, is staring at details nowadays. Being like, oh, I did good damn. I don't know. I'll push Asa eventually just to get number 1 on all 3 specs or something, unless like, you know, there's any competition on the other specs. Yeah, sub is just like, you can get rank 1 as it if you queue 1 or 2 specific comps and you only play 1 or 2 specific matchups and you don't like blind queue it and stream it for multiple hours. Like if you just play it while you're at peak 100% brain power for 1 hour, no tilt, while you're queue sniping and know what's queuing, it's fine. But it's just not consistent or flexible or fun. Because people can just tank your blades and survive. You can't really ever, you're never a solo threat. You're just a CC bot for your Boomy or Windwalker or Destro to just kill someone. And then Shuffle is just a shit show. I can't stand Shuffle on all 3 of the rogue specs. Like I tanked like 400 points on Outlaw Shuffle from like almost 2.7 to like 2.4 at one point. And my Windwalker was higher rated than my main rogue on Outlaw. Like Shuffle is just completely RNG. It's like, oh, you got this unkillable like Rep Pally Demo Lock lobby or something. You're not gonna have any fun for 6 games in a row. You waited an hour to just feed and not have fun. And then you get another game where it's like wizards and stuff. But most times it's just someone goes 0-6 and you get forced into 3-3 or 4-0. Because there's just an 0-6er every single lobby. The armor buffs did almost nothing. People are like really placeboed at that. It was just the stamina. The modifier has a lot of defensive CDs and self-healing and stuff like that. And healer CDs and all that, and it gives people too much time to greed and react. It makes people play way more perfectly defensively because they can just greed for multiple seconds without being punished. There's no guessing game of how much damage you're actually taking. You can just tank a Serenity for multiple globals. So all that matters now is PvE damage and winning on mana. I've been growing out my hair for like 2 years. I don't really like this short hair. I'm happy I'm growing it out. Pretty much every spec in the game is a tank. The only spec in the entire game that isn't immortal is Feral Druid. That's why like the game is really, really bad right now. Tuning this Friday, hopefully. I don't think they'll do anything. If anything, they'll just nerf Outlaw for no reason. And they'll give like Demon Hunter a 4% slap on the wrist. Certain specs are just double or triple other specs. Like it's just horribly, like the game's never been balanced, but every change they've made for like the last like 5 patches is just completely random throwing 3-pointers backwards. Like there's never any logic to any change they ever make. Do you expect something to change in Season 4? Usually Season 4 is the autopilot patch, so I don't think so. Because there's not going to be like a new raid tier or anything. Now, Mop wasn't balanced at all. You had HLS like CC chaining instant casts for like 40 seconds straight. Early Mop was Stampede Bug and Warriors. Will they ever listen to PvP community? There's a chance. I don't know. There's so much they could have done to make PvP bigger than PvE if they had done it like 15 years ago, but it's kind of late now. I didn't even watch the rest of AWC, to be honest. I watched like all of Cup 1 for both regions, and then Cup 2, I just kind of didn't watch. I watched the ending of Europe, but I didn't really watch any of NA. I was just too burnt out on like dampening. I need disarm. I mean, Cubsy was out damaging Sam, and Trill wasn't playing disarm or OP cloak. Trill was spoon feeding Sam the haste buff and tricks. So 15% haste and 15% more dam. Spoon fed, and he was still behind Cubsy. Whereas Dazed was playing OP cloak and disarm, or like maximum rogue v rogue class envy.
Yo champ, 14 here, Najia.
I've been kept back. Kind of waiting till the end of that clone though. Maybe they could switch it. A double leg sweep off this. Roll over to kick that. Big damn. $14 straight. What's up, JRX? Holy shit! And the gifts, like to me and Cal, like I'm, you know, both. Holy shit! Thank you so much, man. Bro, trying to like press one global of Serenity. This is the sub rogue problem. I'm aggro so I can tunnel into Thorns. Guess I wall and diffuse. and dampen. I've been capping 3. Pull over for it. See if I can bake his thing. Nice. I faked fade. He still deathed it though. Feels bad, man. I don't really have defensives left. I need to move my port in a better spot so I'll actually ever use it. Root this guy for fun. Try to port here. Curvate on the healer. Try to incap it. Nice. The other guy incaps. I'll incap D8 with DPS and double leg sweep. Swap this guy with Serenity, even though he IBF. Need to kick that, but I'm like 1 yard out of range. Feels bad, man. No value with the Serenity. Karma, I guess. Or to this side of the pillar now. DK is just soloing them. Main cap. Just touch a death range. Please just get into Todd range. Move my port back here instead of porting back. Pop the pets off me. Probably still dead. Sucks they live at like 10% 20 times for no reason. CC needs a massive buff. We're on complete opposite islands. They just need to get rid of the micro CC. You need to be more committed to how you use it. I don't care if they kill triple DR. I don't care if they raise the time it takes for DR to reset, but like 6-second CCs should be 8. Maybe even back to 10 like Wrath. Picks should be back at like 5. There needs to be windows where you actually can do something, so every game's not just stare at details. Fake his fade. He knows I want to incap him off this clone. I have to wait. I'm gonna waste fade. Tries to death it. I wait out the death. Tried the Karma of the Thorns. It's a good incap. I rolled to just go like pick or double leg sweep, but get double leg sweep now though. DK's dying to air. Hopefully he kicks this for me. Hope he doesn't. Cap off that. Overlap but with spraying feels bad, man. We would have killed here if I didn't overlap. I didn't know he was gonna do that. I might still kill right now through skin. This class does damage. No, I'm dead actually. We need to port, but getting back to my healer now. He was in Todd range. I was spamming it. That's unfortunate. Boomy a Terror on ladder or not really? Every Boomy gaslights. They act like, oh, I have the hard gap. I faked so many kicks. I got so many precogs. But they're just permanently bloodless the entire game. Like, if you don't fake a cast when it's a 0.8 cast, like, you're just bad. You're literally just spamming bloodlust clone every single global of the entire game. The only thing that's annoying is Root Beam is a terribly designed ability that's useless into like half the healers. Hopefully he kicks this clone for me. Should I kick that? I would have robbed this, but he had precog from the DH. I could normally rob the zone, but now it's my turn to be precog Gifter X. Die. Part was on the wrong pillar, I guess, but someone plays Boomy and AWC. Boomy won AWC, what do you mean? Doing pure damage? I mean, it feels better not being last on damage every game for no reason, even if I play well. This lobby is kind of a shit show though. He fades the Root Beam, that's fine. He was trying to fade my shit. I shouldn't have baited him. Thought I was gonna incap. Probably a bad incap, we don't really get anything with it. I get double feared too, because I was trying to root the healer. I flag sweep in 5. Guess I robbed him off the Boomy. He doesn't really stay in it though. Got the pets off for a couple globals at least. Need to go stop that MC before we just die, but I'm not in range. He didn't really have life cocoon or anything with it though. Not really sure what I can do different in this lobby that much. Just feels like it's an early day win trade and you're not supposed to queue the game before 6 p.m. Like I'm pumping damn. The Boomy only gets precogs against me. Like the DH will only kick clone if he's on the other team. So I lose 2 games with the Boomy. I mean, is it just a healer gap and I lost 1 game with the priest somehow? Try to please Wen to the guy reach. I guess I could go healer more just to make sure I get like good AoE. Cap the innervate. The fuse storms and like the rest of his incarn here. Got the gift off this bad. Can't stop this one. DK's just dying 3 defensives on my team. Every other game he's immortal. Strang. Oh yeah, I guess I did overlap with Strang a few times the last DK round too. I in-cap Stranged on a game over. Didn't have in-cap for a little bit there. I don't know why I walked over to try to in-cap. Waiting this Serenity till I have Sweep and Skyreach. Guess I wall. Move my port to this pillar. The DK is just gonna die here. I have Skyreach. In-cap in 5. DK just gives him precog again. I swear that Boomy only gets precog on CD from like my teammates. And never on the other rounds. It's crazy. Very sus. Guy knows how to fake this round. I have an in-cap at 5. DK dies there. Nice. It's basically the Alkan Frenzy or whatever. When they take damage, they have a chance to just get crazy haste for no reason on a few casts. Yeah, it's crazy. The Boomy like never got kicked ever. Or never got precog at all on my team. And then every time I'm fighting the Boomy, the DH and DK just whiff their kick 99% of the time on CD. Like I don't know, it's weird. I always feel really sus playing before like 6 PM in Shuffle. Just feels really weird. I don't know. I don't think so. It's just like the match quality is definitely lower in the first half of the day. I don't know if it's just everyone's at work and school, so it gives you like lower rated teams. So like the elo hell range is extended to be wider or something, but I've noticed it whenever I play my rogue. Can you explain how it works? People just intentionally lose because they hate you or they want to help their friend that's in the same lobby. Like they'll queue at a similar time at a similar MMR range, and a lot of times it's healer. It's when you see a queue not get accepted like 8 times in a row, it's a healer trying to get a specific lobby because they're like, oh, I'm watching so and so stream, I don't want to fight them. Why are they at my MMR range? Or like, oh, my friend didn't get the queue with me. Okay, I'm gonna wait. Okay, my friend still didn't get the queue with me. I'm gonna wait. And a lot of times, these people will just, you know, oh, I don't care about rating on my ult. I'll give my friend 6 wins, you know. I don't think that was win trade. It's just, it's weird how much worse the match quality is if I play in the early day. It's just so sus. I'm thinking it's just because the queues are longer and it gives you worse games. That's like the only logical thing. Yeah, there's a lot of levers too. Because you only lose 150 CR, but you don't lose MMR. So if you're a healer, it's gonna get instant Qs anyway. They said they were gonna fix this like a year ago, and then they didn't. But it's actually really OP to leave as a healer. Think they'll add arena slot? That's the only reason I'm considering leveling. It just seems like they just care more about thought and retail, like, than retail. Until like War Within comes out. Normally my opinions are really anti-SOD. I don't really like classic, but human is just really bad, so I figured I'd start over. Cause I honestly didn't really know where I was either. Easier to just like follow an add-on route than like fully YOLO, you know? That and starting with like an extra gold that I'd made on the other character might be a higher quality of life. I had like a level 18 human, but humans just dog shit. Gnome and like undead are way better. I don't think Nelf is that good. I don't know. To me, it feels the exact same as vanilla when I've seen people play it at max level and stuff. The only thing I like is like the perplexity thing of like having multiple different gear sets and dropping combat to switch your runes. That's like the only thing that can redeem it. Of like, oh, Gouge running for a re, switching. Oh, Vanish, equip gloves to Shadow Strike teleport. Like that kind of stuff maybe can be okay. But yeah, I've heard a lot of it is just one-shots right now. Like there's a lot of really overtuned things apparently. There's gonna be a season 4 AWC. It's just sad that even SOD gets more prize pool than winning BlizzCon with all like the OTK stuff. Like there's gonna be another dueling tournament thing, but I don't think I'm confident enough to even bother because it's just so much politics and pay to win and snuts and, you know, we'll just win it again because Warlock. It's just funny that, you know, negative reaction speed 10 APM PvE gear like pays more than BlizzCon. I think they'll nerf like Star Surge and stuff by then though, right? I thought this looped around, but apparently not. They said the summer, right? But usually they always do like the very, very tail end of the season, so probably like September. Oh, he's right here. I thought he was up there for some reason. Probably shouldn't have started this at 50% with 2 mobs, but... What is it though? Ellie does pump harder. I think DH Ellie is really, really, really good for a reason. That's why EU's playing it. EU's pretty ahead. Been attacking my feet meowing for a while. Wait, did I not open the thing? God damn it. In the same cave, right? Game's lagging a bit sometimes. Damn it. I tried to fix this the other day. Restarting. Yeah. Let's see if that's better. Hopefully. Oh, what causes that? I mean, it might start again, I don't know, but... Nope, it seems good. I probably just stealth, probably. Ain't nobody got time for that though. Now it started again. I have to like have the camera open. Not closed. That's releasing a rogue guide. No, I scrapped the idea of the sub guide. I put a lot of hours into it, but it was too irrelevant, I think. It was too niche, and it just doesn't fit the game anymore. The game's not fast-paced. I just don't really want to recommend people to play sub until like the game is better. And then Outlaw is just too annoying to make a guide for because it's like completely RNG. Yeah, I'm gonna make a UI video really soon. Maybe do like basic computer optimization stuff as well in there. But I'm not like promising anything, like that's gonna be a while. I barely have a couple hours of free time a day, not even. And that's usually just spent with my girlfriend since we live together. Yeah, it's 1440p. Just click the Nosh profile button. It should be my settings for it. It's pretty self-explanatory of everything just being labeled of what you want, what you don't want. Like there's a button at the bottom right that just says Nosh profile, and it just does how I have it set up. And then you don't really need any other nameplate add-ons like Plater or anything. How come I don't see it? You do see it, you're just not looking. Right here. I did not mean to train fucking. Like, oh, that's meant to get gouge. Not backstab. I double clicked. Generally, like, you either can go 34 crit and some heavy mastery and like 47 to 50 Versa, or you can do 40 crit, heavy Versa, like 47 to 50. And then like go for pretty much no mastery. Yeah, you basically can do 34, like full Versa, 34 crit, a lot of mastery, or full Versa, 40 crit. People go both. Peekaboo and stuff goes a little bit more mastery. Most people tend to go more crit. You have more stars aligned on Shark, but 40 crit is still pretty good. Like, that's what Trill does. He's the PvEer, so. But yeah, generally you should go like 47 to 50 Versa with like NG goggles and NG bracers and all that. You waste about 500 secondary doing that. You have the true stat values add on to see where your stats are, but it gets you more between the eyes damage, and you know, it gives you like 7% more damage reduction as opposed to just going like 34 Versa and not DRing any of your secondaries. Versa's pretty good for Outlaw. You play through Mastery, then you need to play with Killing Spree. I guess they could proc Mastery more. I've never really heard that though. I've seen people still be playing crit while they play Killing Spree. In general, I don't always like pick Killing Spree, but it's starting to get a little more popular. I even saw Trill was playing it. Count the Odds is generally way better, but the game is so slow that you kind of want, like, you know, a little mini half a burst window to try to make something happen. My Alliance is not Horrid. I just prefer Alliance. It probably is smarter to play Horde though. I hate Warlocks, and Undead's pretty good into that. And then on top of that, you're playing on Horde. You can't fight other Horde for the most part. I guess Stranglethorn is cross-faction, but you don't have to deal with annoying ass orcs when you're ganking Alliance. Same server? I think this is still the streamer server. Forget what it's even called. This was the streamer server when it started, so probably. Yeah, Crusader Strike or whatever. Yeah, that was it. Thank you. I couldn't remember. Because of the streamer Crusader. We're not fans of the Maestro in here. 32 crit, 41 mastery, 39 Versa. Yeah, you're playing Verdant Conduit, I guess. There's just a lot of people that it's just better to ban their names because there's no point in like drama baiting. Like I tend to not like interacting with like Crusader or like Magnus used to be in that category, but I guess we squashed the beef. And then I'd probably put Metaphors in that category too. I like to just stay in my own lane. I don't really need to like deal with someone being like emotional and stalking what I say to get offended. Like people need to understand sometimes people just talk in the heat of the moment, you know? You don't need to like go watch my VOD and be like, wow, he insulted me, blah, 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 blah. In the middle of a 10-minute dampening game where nothing happened. People get annoyed at the game, you know? But then Crusader's just the worst of the worst. He's been just as terrible the times I've interacted with him off stream. If people get really butthurt, even if you're shit talking yourself, like, oh, I got faked, I need to, you know, I'm kicking really bad this game, and they're like, oh, he wasted parry. It's like, you know, like, then people will still get upset about that. Like, you can just be narrating what's actually happening in the game. Multiple days after AWC, I don't blame it, man. For me, I'm already sad because I'm just like losing dozens of subs a day. I've been having a bunch of like low viewership 2 sub days, like we're just, you know, I gotta pay rent and stuff, streaming full time, but like I just want to be better vibes and more, you know, have fun, but it's just like the game's not that fun right now. If I play another game, I'll have like no viewers and make nothing, and then, you know, I owe so much in taxes that I gotta figure out in like 2 months. I didn't really budget for it that well. Shit is stressful. At least now we have a mailbox so I can streamer Benny myself with my my 18 human rogue that I'm not gonna play anymore. There's a limit on how much I actually can write off. Apparently. I don't know. I wrote off like $3,000 of computer parts and stuff and a chair and what I paid an editor for like emotes and stuff. Do a bunch of stuff, you know, that I commissioned. I think what else did I write off? And still like $4,000 and I only made about 25K last year. It's just like, I guess you get taxed way more on self-employed. Sucks because I get nothing out of it. I don't know, I'm gonna try going to like H&R Block instead, which I've always had bad experiences with them in the past, but I was trying to do TurboTax on my own and it was scaring me, so I'm like, I'm just gonna wait till the end of April and pray I could fucking set aside enough. I'm paycheck to paycheck right now, so like I don't know where I'm gonna get that, if it is 4K. But TurboTax was scaring me. I got Bodify, thank you so much. Go to an accountant. You think I can afford that? The name? True. You get taxed on donations. That's weird. That's a weird one because I can't really itemize it as a donation. Because Twitch changed it to where it's not all 10.99 MISC anymore for just like your subs. They give you like a 10.99 for like you get 10.99 MISC and 10.99 NEC or whatever. And like one's for like subs and ad revenue and one's for like bits and a bunch of other stuff. And I don't know if like Stream Elements and Twitch talk together or, you know. But mostly anything that goes into my PayPal, I get another 10.99 for PayPal. Like how my Stream Elements does their stuff too. When they say precog, what does that mean? There's an embellishment that you can put on your gear. And if you fake an interrupt, you become immune to CC for like 5 seconds and kicks. So you get really punished for like missing a kick. I mean, W2, you get amounts withheld and you don't see it all at once, too. I mean, it's just crazy when you hear about, like, Europeans where their taxes are so simple. And then with what lobbying has done to this country, where it's just like, why do I have to pay some stupid tax company, like, literally, like, $200 to, like, let me give them 3 fucking PDFs? Like, it blows my mind. Instead of just mailing it in. Why don't you do TurboTax? Because it seemed really wrong, the numbers they were giving me. But I bought like a CD like from them from Costco because it was on sale. It was like they had like license codes for TurboTax at Costco on sale, and I was like, huh. I always do H&R Block and they always rip me off. I'm gonna try it. And then the numbers seemed really, really wrong. So it's like I'm just gonna go to H&R Block instead. And I went to Costco and I returned it. They let me even though I opened it, which is kind of cool. But that's what W2 though, right? Getting money back is because you overspent with how much they were taking out of your paycheck. With me, I get nothing taken out of my paycheck all year, and then I get reamed 30% of my income at the end of the year. And good luck, you better have budgeted it. Way more terrifying, especially when you're living paycheck to paycheck. And you YOLO go to BlizzCon. And you YOLO change some stuff with your car, you know? Because you needed new tires and a new battery and, you know. Will they charge you? Yeah. There's no such thing as a tax refund if you're not withholding from your check. That's just a you got taxed too much. But yeah, I owe like 4,000. I think. Unless H&R Block tells me something else. Or this complex? Yeah, it's so stupid. And then you get nothing out of it too. We don't, you know, crazy. The roads are shit. Only a handful are popping up. Yeah. I don't know. Most people can like get better at actual content rather than just autopiloting the game, which is something I'm bad at. I need to like be more like Palomore and just like do my own shit. That's very, very hard for me with like the creative outlet and all that. I'm really bad at like editing and I get like writer's block and stuff. And I'm really bad at like social networking and stuff. I kind of like to just stay in my own lane. I mean, if my family and stuff wasn't here, I would gladly go to the EU. Flag build's big down, really? I don't like it. You're saying the flag T build, right? Without sepsis? Probably somewhere in the Netherlands. I don't know where though. I just think, you know, if I'm already going to get railed on like 35-40% taxes, I might as well get something for my taxes. My other problem is the cold. I'm really bad with the cold. I think Palomar might make almost like way more than, not than Pika, but than most people think for his viewership because of the subathons and all that. He has a pretty high ratio of whales. Like the subathons were magic for him. Imagine how much money Peekaboo would make if Peekaboo did subathons like Palomar. Holy shit. Peekaboo would be making like XQC money if he was like a Palomar. With his own like innate ability. If Peekaboo was just, you know, I mean, Peekaboo doesn't really take days off, but if he was going at it, you know, for like a 8-month-long subathon. Strength of 1,000 men? Thank you so much, man. Yeah, for me, I just can't move, though. I have all my family and stuff here, you know? Not that simple for me. I would if I could, though. Not to Portugal, but somewhere. Wait, did I miss the repop? I fucking clicked it, man. I clicked it, it declined, and I clicked it, it declined, and then I was like typing subs, and then the third time it missed it. It was probably a Wind Trader lobby anyway. Since it just kept declining. That's annoying. I mean, the goal is to not be making 25k, right? The goal is the game not be dog shit and be like huge and popular if they ever like, you know, fixed basic quality of life stuff. I was making like 100k a year or something, that'd be great. If I was like 1,000 viewer Andy, you know, popping off. With actual good vibes, winning every game. No, I think my peak was like, with like no hosts, was like 500 to 700 in like WOD. Like, I've had giant raids and stuff in the past, but like Mitch had given me some big raids before, but those always didn't really translate that well because it's such a different demographic. I can't just like run with it like a Grayson can. You have nothing to lose? I have nothing I can afford to lose. The other way around. When you have nothing to lose in plays, you're well off. And you can afford to lose something. When you're paycheck to paycheck, you can't afford to gamble. If you gamble, you're gonna go homeless. I have something to lose. Was it New World? No, it was just entirely classic WoW. Yeah, hardcore is so huge. I don't know if credentials is like the right word though. It's entirely like how much social networking you can do. And that's what I'm really bad with. Like I hated rated battlegrounds because it was like a higher conquest cap, right? And it was always like this environment of like having to quid pro quo like carry someone so they can carry me, you know, and like I don't know, I hate doing anything but arena. And arena is just so neglected and, you know, so dead. Kind of puts me cornered. Incident, or what do you mean? Oh, let me Google if incident is a word or if you typoed. I think you were saying incident, right? Okay, no, I just had a blonde moment. I thought you typoed it wrong. I was like, cause I thought there was an I in there randomly. Yeah, I'm just fried. I've queued too many shuffles, man. Decided to do sought after all. I'm getting it a second opinion. I'm of the copium of I can get the leveling done in a couple shuffle queues because there's a 50% XP boost. And maybe it's something I can do in between shuffle queues so that I'm not doing viewer twos every single day. Because I don't know how many more days of viewer twos I can take. And even if I do like non-viewer twos, then I sit 10-minute queues and only fight Magnus. And my main problem is just I want to be on my girlfriend's work schedule since we live together. And it's rude, you know, for her to get home. And then I'm just starting my work, you know? And if I try to be on a 3v3 schedule, it just, no one plays threes in the daytime. It's almost impossible to find high quality games before like 6 p.m. I want to be on a normie schedule, but the game is just so dead on the first half of the day. And just doing twos every day gets exhausting. I've done like hundreds of free like 2100 boosts this season. And it's just, I need some variety. Kind of content would you stream? I don't know. I'm figuring that part out. Because right now, obviously, this is going to be way worse viewers. And I'm bleeding, you know, dozens of subs a day. And I gotta pay rent somehow, so I'll put myself through more twos if I have to. But I don't want the streams to be forced. Like, I was having so much fun for like half a year. I think I just gotta force sub rogue more, even if it's not perfect. And just not care about rating. And then I gotta play more DH and Windwalker. I mean, our rent is basically what I make. And we both have a lot of debt, so. In terms of like student loans and stuff. the Houghton build. I've tried it. I don't really like it. I think flag is just too clunky. I've tried like a flag T build I made, but I don't really like that much either. It's like okay in RBG or in shuffle, but yeah, I mean that's what I'm doing right now. Is I'm playing a lot of DH and Windwalker. My DH was already 22 MMR and 2s on like day 2 on like my first 30 games of playing it. My DH has been pumping. My Windwalker was already like 2-6 in shuffle. We're working on that. But I want to get like #1 or something, or at least like top 5 Windwalker. But I need like 200 more rating for that. But I just had like a 1-5 lobby where I lost a bunch, so. Think Arena will come to SOD? Maybe. I think the devs definitely put more time into SOD than retail. It's sad how much like neglect retail gets, but. I think there just needs to be less barriers to entry and more new blood. And the only way you accomplish that is level 1 arenas, where PvP gear just doesn't work in PvE, Guild Wars style, or a free-to-play arena server. And then there needs to be more types of and if it's on an arena server, you just can't leave the city, or like the PvP island or something. And there needs to be like a world PvP island with like a safe area that resets your CDs for dueling. And you just run around with various, spawn points all over the island. And you just free range PvP while you wait on a double DPS only 2v2 Q-pop. While you wait on your healers for 3s. And if they did that, there would be almost no downtime, no Dalaran lapse, pure action on every stream, and Also, solo queue needs a rework to be a 1-round system. 6 rounds just doesn't work. People don't have 30 minutes, even if they get an insta queue. Someone gets home from work or school, or oh, I want to queue 1 game because my healer went AFK 10 minutes to walk his dog. That makes more sense than committing like a whole hour to 1 game where you lost rating and you went down a whole week's worth of progress. It's just shuffle is just social terrorism on how bad it is for people's mentals. Also, the game just needs to be melee range healer. Range needs to be considered a role like healing. That way there's less getting trained into the ground with micro shit. And more emphasis on precog. And, faking and landing interrupts and playing around CC. And then they need to, rework CC in general. To, buff CC back to 8 seconds instead of 6. But they can make it less overwhelming of being CC'd by raising the time it takes for DRs to reset from 18 to 20 or 24. And maybe even killing triple DR. We're completely removing Orc is also a good knob to tune. And they could just they could nerf cheap shot to compensate. Doesn't really matter if it's a buff to DH who can't be an Orc or something like that. No race should change, and have your damage and rotation and all that, passively. It's that or just turn racials off entirely, but I think that adds a little bit of flavor to the game. I just think more racial should be interactive. Like Gnome could be fun, Void Elf could be fun. But as it is, you know, Orc is just completely passive, non-interactive, and Meld is 2 OP and 2 skill cap, which I think it's fun. But like, I think Meld should just not drop combat. I think Meld drinking is 2 OP, just getting a Meld re-stealth is 2 OP. I think it should only be like for immuning something of like, oh, I immune to Coil, or oh, I immune to Chaos Bolt, or something like that. Oh, I immune to Kidney Shot, you know? Love the name, thanks, man. I mean, yeah, they're just making CC more and more random micro 4-second. I don't know. I would rather just see like Meld is something that should be in the game. It's really fun. And more things should kind of function like that. That or make Meld like an actual baseline PvP ability. If they revamped PvP talents or whatever. That everyone gets, regardless of their racial. And not even like have it be Meld, just make it like a kind of dodge mechanic. I think that would be interesting. Like a, you know. Yeah, Snowdrift is terrible compared to Deep. I don't know. Wrath didn't age as well as it like was on private servers, because private servers did quality of life changes to make it better. That Classic never did, and also Classic was very different than how it actually was back in the day. Both is just like a community thing of people just, you know, being more toxic, but there's a lot of RNG in Wrath. And there's just way too much PvE gear. And there's still like 40-minute games of 2s. I think the game's never been balanced. But Mop was the most fun. But yeah, Wrath was great back in the day, like playing private servers and stuff of it. When there was just less RNG on the private servers, depending on which one you played on. And you'd be able to just get all the PvE gear without having to raid. People were less invested in their characters because it was a private server, so not everyone only played Fodom. But private servers did so many things better than retail that they should have copied like 15 years ago, but they're just too stubborn. Like, how do we still not have the crystal that lets you skip the starting room if both teams are ready? Like the ready check crystal? Both teams click it, the gate's open. You don't wait an entire minute. If you play arena all day, like that gives you like hundreds more games. It's more respecting of people's time. Spectate feature, that's another one, yep. Or just having a dual area where your CDs reset. Which I was saying with like a whole world PvP island would be sick. WoW is my only income, yeah. I made 25k last year. Which is paycheck to paycheck for me with how expensive the world is nowadays. I'm in a lot of debt actually. Where's the lockbox at for this? Is it above ground? Oh, that doesn't connect to anything. I only paycheck to paycheck, but I also wouldn't spend my time at my job if I didn't have to. I would still stream even if I didn't have to. I just wouldn't stream 6 days a week. But every day I take off, I can just watch my sub count bleed, and it's really toxic to be a streamer in that regard. Because you don't get PTO like a normal employee. Where it's just like, oh, I get a certain amount of vacation time a week. Every time you ever choose to take any vacation time, you see your analytics fall really hard. I don't understand how some people get rewarded for taking time off like Mitch, or he just goes in his ditching cycles. Like I feel like I would kill my career if I ever took a single break. It's such a luxury for him to like throw it away like that constantly. Outside actually. Find it later. I'm just gonna follow the arrow. And then I'll wow head it or something later when I go back. On top? Oh, okay. Are you good at other games? I mean, I've been Diamond in League. I've been Masters in StarCraft. On the barrel. I've never like tried to like push like top 0.1% in another game. Thank you. To walk the rope, I guess. Oh, that clips. Jumping puzzle? Like it. Yeah, that was when they like didn't have Emerald and shit though. It was a little harder, I guess. And it was like before they expanded Masters. It was in like season 6 and like season 10, I think. I don't play that often. I just play whenever there's a Riven event to get a new chroma. That's about it. Playing Sod, I guess. I'm giving it another try. In case they ever add Arena to it. Since there's an XP buff, you know, and maybe I can get some leveling in while I sit a couple shuffle queues. Supposedly top lane's like actually OP now from what I've seen a little bit on YouTube. But every time I always play, it's just that I'm winning lane, I'm 30 CS up, and my bot lane's 0-10. Go next. Like 80% of my games. Too RNG for me. I don't. It makes me really hate team games. But there's no like good 1v1 games. And I hate FPS games. So it's like, what's left at that point? Yeah. I used to like StarCraft a lot, but get too humbled by the Koreans. And it's just like, eh. That and I liked playing Terran, and I just got cheesed by way too many Protoss people to like want to continue playing it. Like if I have to follow the rules, why does no one else? Very WoW-esque in that regard of like, why do I try as RMP when I could just be a degenerate DH player? And do whatever the fuck I want and just stare at details. It's the only thing that matters. Which is what every arena is nowadays. Should be pickpocketing more so I can get the other rune. I also should go get mutate. That's really good. Thought hype, I don't know. Yeah, the queues are just so brutal. You know, I have like add-ons, I guess, to spoon feed me, but I don't even know what these are, but guessing it's tied to like something else in my add-on folder. E-tab? What do you mean? Like how empty my action bars are? Oh, you mean the key ring? I have to pick something, pickpocket something for this too. Wow, heading it real quick. I have to pickpocket Dark Iron Spies. Maybe I should have just followed the route. I wanted to get mutilate. Classic seems to be knowledge gated. Yeah, I mean, I asked Perplexity a bunch of questions. I'll get the spy out on when I'm like actually in like a real world PvP area and talents and stuff, but I don't think I need that for a while. If I even get that far. Gotta jump to make sure I don't auto log out from being AFK too long. Yeah, I probably should have just kept following the route, honestly. I'd be way over leveled by the time I got over here. But I don't have bandages or potions or anything yet. Play these, kill it for me, nice. I finally got to keep up. Mage, Boomy, EH, not bad. Long SQ, yeah. I mean, that's like low rating too. Like not even that high. 248. Not like I'm trying to queue 2800 before prime time. Apparently my kick didn't want to go off there. Stop the ray. My DH is gonna die and I see Nether walks. Got Pally before he hodges my healer. Will my priest use second pain sub? Probably not. Overlap kicks. And he's just spamming Bloodlust clones the whole game. Running through this ring because it's going to break. I'd rather be on DR. Roll over to kick that. On the Boomy in 1. Could rob that clone. Can't incap the sack. Maybe I'll incap the glacial. Would be annoying. I kick that. Blinks. Kick that. I have Serenity. Cap an 8. Three. Pick that. After the Searing Glare, I can just go. Cap that heal. I'm gonna just clone my Serenity, man. I'm never gonna get MD'd on it. I was hoping the DH would kick for me one time, for the one time. Cap off that. For 1 second. He sacks. Guess I incap mage to not die. Need to kick that. He blinks for it. Double blinks. Prop clone here, I guess. Arm of the Thorns. I want to hit into it. He gets bopped aggro. At least they cloned me to save me from dying from my bop getting outplayed. Kick Polly. Decent damage here. He's soloing the mage. We overlap swap in my defensives. Cap the healer. Maybe I go leg sweep for CC. Never mind. For the Searing Glare. I have Serenity in 3. I might be dead here though. Get cloned on it, of course, because this DH has like never clicked a clone once in this game, I feel like. Rage and kept the Boomy, thinking it's full. I have touch it at range, but I'm just in micro. My DH is gonna die this global, or me. Rop is like an interrupt. Kick volley. Trying to get in the dome before I die. That sucks. I wish this DH like just kicked shit, man. Watch, the Boomy is never gonna get a precog on my team though. That's the way it be. He kicks 2 clones. Didn't feel like it. How many hours a day do I play? Generally like 6 to 10, I guess. Usually 6. 6 days a week. I only take Sundays off. I'm gonna go back to taking Thursdays off though now. Are we cloned the DH there? Trying to get a double leg sweep, but I have no ROP for it. I'll have Sky Reach for this, but I might still just press. Guy just loves bopping my karmas. I have incap in 3. Rest in peace, my whole keeper. Nice beam, I guess. Try to get a double leg sweep. Three-four brew air. Hopefully we don't just die here. Possible though. Serenity in 10, I probably shouldn't have pressed that. I need to move my port somewhere useful. I'm running out of defensives. I can incap in 1. I think he had a second block still, right? Unless he snap blocked. This is like 2-5. Like almost 2750 on sub, but I haven't played sub in a long time in Shovel. I should have just kicked that, but I walked out of range for no reason. B. Slowest route time. Port. I have Serenity. No Rob to get a double leg sweep here, but didn't have sweep for like 10 anyway. From a viewer standpoint, so much going on. I mean, there's not that much actually going on. But yeah, there's nothing happening. The only thing that matters now is healer mana and dampening. this death. I can incap. I hate that haymaker. I karma'd into that clone. I don't know why we're like half cloning him for no reason. Like karmaing aggro while I pad in the orb and everything. Diffuse the Ray of Frost and Frost Bomb. Dying through both. Can't stop the MD. Tried to pre-MD a bubble he didn't even do. Try to incap the Glacial, but I don't have it for 2. Flex the Boomy actually is pretty decent at faking against me, and then on my team he just never does anything. Kingsley wants to go DH and then just fucking griefs all of my stun DRs with a random Kul Tiran and cloning my fucking CDs. And sitting in the open and just tanking Frost Mage free casting on him. Might be able to solo the DH anyway. They bop aggro. Drop that as an interrupt because he has bop and I can't do anything else. Try to just kill this DH, but he blurs aggro. YOLO leg sweep into it, I guess. Hope it dodges. God, every game is just so fucking annoying. Wish people would just like commit to anything. Okay, triple food. Use that, I guess. Couldn't have all used separately of Serenity. Not gonna line up now. Could have robbed this. Yeah, mage defensively. I have Karma in 1 second. Okay, cloned on it. 0.8 second cast. probably could have waited on Kiefer's here, but got the paint sub anyway. If you're using 10. Got that heal. I have diffuse back. My DH is not so lucky though. His blur's about to end, so he's just gonna die. Pretty kick mage in case I have to. Can't stop the clone though. Good AoE stun, but he ultimate penanced it, so it got immune. Why no AWC this season? I did play. I got top 8 with a one-time rank 1 healer. Yeah, they only streamed top 8, and we only got top 8 one of the 2 cups. Fusion. It was me, Dopamine, Renar, and Nozam. I feel like I played really well at stopping drinks and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. It wasn't really worth my time. I took too many hours off streaming to do it, and I got nothing for it. Normally it gives me motivation to like play better or improve. It gave me some motivation to like improve my UI a little bit, but this meta is just so toxic for me to care. Every game is like 8 to 11 minutes and just decided on mana. My mage dies without blocking. I swear these are just win trades, man. Like how? I swear to God, if you play Shovel below 6 PM, it's just a win trade every single lobby. It makes no sense. The Boomy like never got a precog once, like on my team practically. I mean, I'm exaggerating. He got it a few times, but he just sits there, brain dead on my team, cloning my fucking goes. And then he actually fakes me when he's against me. It's weird. It'll decline though, unfortunately. Probably the same lobby. Oh, we got Sturge, I think. Nice. An actual game. Unfortunately, it's 2 pallies. That's going to be kind of annoying for me, but... Go to Storm here. I mean, it's really easy to fake with a Boomy. All your casts are bloodless the entire game. Like you're just spamming like 0.8 clone. Prop for a double leg sweep. No Tiger's Lust for 10. don't know if we needed darkness, but okay. Probably not worth to disarm the wings, because Hunter's gonna have true shot eventually, but... And I guess I'll get back into it. Think through it though. I was gonna port back into the Earther in a second time, but I was just dying through it. Apparently Sturge's not going 6-0, I'm fucked. If he wins the next 5, I'm only getting 2 wins. That or it's just that me going 0-6 because there's 2 paladins in here. Why does my pally just die without bubbling or anything, man? Dude, I swear to God, Shuffle is... These are not human beings. I don't even think it's a win trade. I'm convinced this is like Comp Stomp, and these are just bots. Like, there's no way. Outside of Sturge. Like, I don't know, man. Guy had like 10 seconds to react. Lost my hit combo there. So tried to kill the totem. Looks my DH gave him precog there, but it is what it is. Can I like hit anything for more than one global? Nurse dead this global man. Oh, I hate shuffle so much. We're like winning the entire game. Pop and damn, kill every healing stream. But this guy's just a bot when he gets trained. Go some of those random traps when we're triple AoEing the whole team. Doesn't like half trap out of incaps that are just as an interrupt. I think if we didn't overlap the Hajj incap, we might have won though, just pretending the hunter wasn't even in the game. Fuse off my steering glare. Nice blind, very good. Hopefully my Pally doesn't die without bubbling again. Nice, he actually has his keyboard plugged in this time finally. They bought my karma for no reason, and that was like an aggro karma. If he purges the bop, I'll do a DRLX sweep. He does. Could have timed my keepers with the Serenity. It's kind of dumb of me. Not just be more patient. All of the procs, and then we just die again like a rat, man. I mean, that time at least he didn't have bubble, but like, holy shit. I don't get it, man. I'm getting like all the procs. Rets are supposed to just be prop Pallies. Like, I don't know how this guy's ever taking damage. When shit like this happens, I don't know, man. I'm not calm. I hate shuffles so much. It's literally like a CIA fucking torture. There's no way. Like, these are not human beings. There's no fucking way. I would trust my girlfriend who doesn't even have a max level character more than these people. To like press any button on their keyboard. She's played literally about 30 minutes and then gave up and was too bored. Like, I literally feel like I'm doing comp stomp. Actually dead to air here. I don't know what he did to make his healing streams not get one shot anymore. don't know why they're tankier. Doesn't seem like I can kill these totems. Or I was just effortlessly like blackout kicking them once and they were dead. He's just gonna bubble or bop this. It's kind of a bad karma. Farming non-true shots pretty bad. Too annoyed at this point. My fort, I guess. Weird, the guy bubbles against me. Wish he ever bubbled once on my team. The better Blizz plates and frames stuff's like the dark mode and everything. Like half my UI in that. Tried to like get on the edge of the link from downstairs, but that was a weird link. Getting half hoshed and just dying. Snow turtle. Oh, he's dead. That was fun. Only down like 200 MMR in like 2 lobbies from just people not pressing any buttons on my team at all. It's crazy. I don't really know what I do different to carry there. Like people just decide they don't want to win on my team. Like I guess I could have better ports, but There's just no concept of playing around CC, and Pallies feel really tanky. I want to just zug the healer more, but what is this Gnome? Gnome is just better. Vanilla. Human's not that great yet. One off Male Hunter, because, you know, he's got to do 7 million damage getting, you know, trained and not do anything on my team. And the Red's got to not bubble on my team twice. Oh, he bubbled one time, actually. But he still died like a rat when I was like 5% from soloing someone the second time. He was just chasing with me for no reason instead of just being immortal. Nah, I don't really want to do viewer 2s or anything. That's why I'm doing this now. Waiting on a new meta or something. But sub hunter 2s is never fun unless you have like a rank 1 hunter. Because 99% of hunters not even gonna finish the sentence. But I just don't enjoy it when I play viewer 2s with hunters. It's not like a jelly or like a big mex or something. Like the people are just horribly lost. It's not really a class that's meant for double DPS, because the average hunter only knows how to play BM hunter or druid. Like, I'm not gonna just expect someone to know how to get like camo restelts and self heal and like scatter for pre and like not break their own CC with explosive shot and like actually land their interrupts, actually use Roar of Sacrifice on me instead of just only on themselves. Like, the average hunter is just like 1,000 rating higher than they belong because they played BM. And it's not worth in viewer 2s to ever like risk it. It's just like awkward of me saying, well, time to go next after just losing 5 games in a row. Like, I've only like enjoyed viewer 2s with the hunter like 2 out of like 100 times almost. Whereas if I take like an SP or a warlock or an Ellie or a dragon or, you know, I will enjoy it, you know, 70% of the time. Or just any healer. Where, you know, they can be completely lost and have no idea what's going on as healer DPS. But it's so much less technical than playing double. How do I aggro all three? Okay, yeah, I need to just do the normal quest level. Holy shit. No way. Wanted to just go get the ruin earlier, but trying to pickpocket things that are higher level than you are always just gonna see me with no stealth talents. Should have just followed the arrow instead of trying to have fun. Yeah, I can't wait for this season to just end. It's the least fun I've ever had since BFA. I had to play ASO all of BFA, pretty much, even though I hated it. 40% of your rotation was just passive gushing wounds. There was just PV trinkets galore. Everyone had a shield wall every time they got stunned, so, you know. Then they had the genius idea of doing what they did now and nerfing everyone's damage by 10% and slowing the game to a crawl for like 2 months, and everyone like quit. I think that was in season 2. Before the corruptions. I don't know. In general, it was just a terrible expansion. I hated the Maw, or the Maw with Shadowlands. I hated all the PvE I had to do in general. But Shadowlands had a lot of PvE too, with the Maw and Korthia and all that. And Torghast. BFA, it was, you know, doing the island expeditions and all that. Getting all the raid gear. I don't like the island things? No. I don't like any type of PvE content. I used to, back in like, you know, Vanilla and TBC and Wrath and like early Kata. But that's just because I didn't know any better. As soon as I popped my PvP cherry, I was like, I never want to do PvE again. And it was just something I had to do in order to be allowed to PvP. Because I'll, you know, fight fire with fire type thing. I don't know. Sub is my favorite rogue spec. I don't really enjoy the other specs that much. Loaf. He looks at me like I betrayed her when that was all her. Just completely rolled off like a derp. Hey. Don't try to backclaw me. That was your fault. You just biffed it. Yeah, I just don't know what I'm gonna do, Crypto. I know this isn't gonna be good for viewership or anything, but I might as well AFK a couple shuffle queues, get max level or something, you know? And then maybe they'll copium add arena here or something. Or I gotta put up and raid and Wrath to play season 8 until like Kata comes out. But the current, you know, I'm still gonna try more threes and just try to make sub work more or something and not care about my rating and maybe play more Demon Hunter or something and more Windwalker. But there's gotta be something I can do to make the game less boring. I despise dampening. Copium, they'll like undo the stamina or something. This is just an experiment to see how much they can torture everyone. And see if healers actually want to play the game. Because there's no amount of catering that's going to make people want to heal. Unless you redesign every healer. Am I supposed to climb this? Highest skill cap DPS and healer? I don't think there's a skill cap healer. Outside of Priest ever. Sometimes Dragon. But those are like the only healing classes that do anything. Shaman's kind of middle of the pack. Druid, you just literally PvE. DPS, I don't know if there is one for DPS either. I guess it's just how good you are at fake casting on like Arcane or Boomy. Because casting is a lot harder than melee generally, outside of Sub-Rogue. There's just like an actual path up there that I'm just blind to, because I went the other way around and I didn't see it. I have the real ADD leveling brain. Even with a fucking arrow, I can't do it. That's why leveling is meant to be a one-day thing, and then you're done. A game based around leveling is crazy to me. Like, if there wasn't, like, one crumb of PvP at the end of Rainbow, at the end of the Rainbow, I would not even... I don't find a single ounce of, like, enjoyment out of this. Just a long con of, like, gaslighting myself. But if I put in hundreds of hours of misery, I might have something later on. When you redesign healers, you give almost every healer more ways to avoid CC and land CC. You give Priest Spectral Guise and Viz back. You make Burrow a 30-second CD that lasts for 2 seconds instead of 6 seconds for, you know, 2 minutes. So you can burrow more often and, like, burrow a kidney. Reward, like, pre-CC and cross-CC more that way. You would make Bash 30 seconds, or Ursul's Vortex 30 seconds. Maybe give baseline 30-yard range clone. But you gotta nerf clone somehow. The cast speed needs to be like 1.4. Maybe delete Root Beam. Put a lot of the casted CCs that are 6 seconds outside of clone back to like 8. Kill triple DR. Maybe raise the time it takes for DRs to reset to like 20 or 24. Make interrupts back to 5 seconds. Maybe give melee a precog for landing a kick. Nerf melee mobility across the board. Pretty much everything is broken. There's very few things that are done right now. How's the side adventure going? It's going, even with the 50% XP boost, it's going kind of slow. Mostly because I disobeyed the arrow and I tried to go get the Mutilate rune. Kind of wasted like 20 minutes, but... I don't remember when it started for the XP boost. I think it's up to 25, and then 40 is like the cap. I think sub needs some buffs. No, I think they just need to get rid of Orc, nerf Cheap Shot, and undo the stamina. Yeah, they need to just rework every single class because none of them were done correctly at all. Mythic Plus kind of ruined the game. Solar Beam actually does interrupt Zap for like the initial tick of it. Like, it doesn't have to be used as a silence. The silence is like an after effect, but you can beam someone on a cast and it's an interrupt for like 2 or 3 seconds. So like when you get a matchup where you can't root beam because it's like a druid that would just shapeshift out of it, or a shaman that would just spirit walkers grace it, or like a gnome healer that's just gonna gnome the root beam every time, you end up just having to use it as an interrupt like that, which kind of kills the value of it. But root beam in general is just really shit design. No, the silence doesn't just prevent them from casting as a fake interrupt. It literally has like a lockout effect. Where like, if you faked a root beam and then walked out of it, it would be shorter than getting kicked as a root beam and then walking out of it, if that makes sense. Like, it actually does have an interrupt attached to the actual silencing effect. It's not just a I got interrupted by a random charge stun mindset, you know? Some people like to call that like an interrupt when it's not. Yeah, different can always be different things. You can make things different and not be homogenized. But some things are just bad designed. Different for the sake of being different is way worse than having a different flavor on something. Like, it could maintain the silence effect, be only a 2-second duration though, and be a shorter CD. That way you feel less, you know, bottlenecked into, oh, it's useless, into, you know, another druid or, you know, a gnome or something like that. Like, as a priest, you should never feel upset that, like, oh, I have to queue my gnome priest because there's a boomy queuing. Oh, now I lose the RMP mirror because I'm not undead. Like, that's a shitty thing where you have to, like, predict what you're fighting and all that. Like, no. When you're not able to switch in the actual starting room. Like, it's not hard to just, you know, make the actual silencing part of beam be like 2 or 3 seconds long. Not even. And just make it be completely balanced around a kick. And then it's still different than a counterspell or a wind shear or something like that. And you can give it a short CD like one. You think 2-4 is possible? Maybe. 2-4 is pretty low. So, yeah. You're only going to be annoyed at like 2-7, 2-8. I would recommend playing at night though. Playing at in the daytime is like really weird. Can't tell if it's win traders or just the queues are longer because no one's home from school or work, but the amount of 06 griefer lobbies is like times 10 if you queue up before 6 p.m. Like, I've never had a single positive shuffle experience at like 2 p.m. ever. When do you think season will end? Probably next month sometime, hopefully. Yeah, I can't believe what they did to MD. I think there's some place for racials. It's just Orc is really bad for the game. And Shadow Meld is too overpowered. Like, Meld should still immune things, it just shouldn't drop combat. Wait, does it actually want me to... Does it want me to death skip and go to the wetlands? I needed to go get the rune. Maybe I do need to backtrack. I want Mutilate really bad. Surprised the route would make me try to skip that. Made it baseline for every race, that would make the game even more dog shit. Everyone's already immortal, man. I would rather they just nerf Cheap Shot and get rid of Orc. Or just redesign Orc. To not be passive garbage. Like, you should only get the stun reduction if you, like, pre-Blood Fury the stun or something, you know? An actual cooldown. Make it interactive. Give it at least one crumb of skill. Already that with Ret Sync? No, Ret Sync removes stuns. And you can purge it. If you go by that logic, you should prune 99% of every class. Telegraphed is a good thing. The whole game should be telegraphed. That's the whole point of counterplay and interactiveness. Why should you be rewarded and just, you know, have your blur dodge backwards or, you know, IBF out of a stun aggro? Like, the whole point of the game is I outplayed this by, you know, blade storming the kidney shot, or, you know, you can have different types of the same ability on different classes and not be homogenized. Not like you're giving it to every single class. Otherwise DH wouldn't have half the tools it gained with multi-stuns and an in-cap. Potentially a Cyclone Low, a Fear. Turn the damage or return 8 seconds CC? CC. Playing around mana and PvE is boring. Even if I do no damage, my teammates can. I don't know. I don't think Outlaw is as broken as people complain about, to be honest. And I think Ass is probably healthier for the game than Outlaw. I liked that Outlaw had a rotation, but the amount of RNG on Between the Eyes is ridiculous. You either have all of the cooldown reduction in the world because you spammed Between the Eyes 10 times in a row, or you're never able to press it, and you're kind of energy starved. And cooldown reduction starved. I mean, you can look at statistics, and outside of like AWC, and even then, it's not like winning every region. Classes like DH are just so much easier. I like how fast it can feel with like Ghostly off global and like 0.7 Adrenaline Rush globals being Adrenaline Rushed half the game. Like it can be satisfying. It's just the between the eyes spam is kind of shit. And then Dispatch just feels terrible to press on its own. Like if Killing Spree did like 100k more damage and wasn't peelable, and you could like immune CC with it, and Ace Up Your Sleeve was just flat out deleted, and it would probably feel pretty fun. Like, you know, getting like 2 between the eyes is in a go instead of like 10. Or even playing like a non-crack shot build. It's just, it's so RNG whether you just spam between the eyes like 7 times in a row or not. Right, or if Greenskin was the meta again, that would be fun too. Instead of Crackshot or something. But yeah, just it seems so RNG right now. Which it's still good, but I mean, that's just Rogue in general on all 3 Rogue specs, because the average player can't play Rogue. But I think just nerfing top players is wrong too, because people just don't respect the amount of effort that a lot of Rogues put in. Most of the actually good Rogues multi-class every class in the game. You put Calvish or Nick or Waz on any alt, and it's gonna like 10x the people that complain about Rogue. You could put them on like, you know, Boomy for 1 week and it'd be above, you know, like, or Mage even 1 week and it'd be above like Venruki Mage or like Supati's Boomy and stuff like that. And then if you had those same players go swap around and play Sub Rogue, it wouldn't be like 1/1000, you know? Then there's another side of the spectrum where there's the other 80% of sub rogues are so one-tricked for decades that they can't play any alts. Yeah, Peekaboo got like #1 Ellie in like a week of like Shuffle or whatever. And I think he was like #1 Warlock for a bit too. And it's just like, what, do you want them not to be #1 overall just because they play a rogue? Like if they're putting in the effort, what's wrong with them being like #1? Like, I've never really understood that mindset. If they're like multi-classing every single class at the top, it's not like their Fodom accidentally only rank 1 for like 1 patch or something, you know? But I think more classes should be like Sub Rogue in terms of, you know, being interactive and having counterplay and doing things, you know, proactively and predictively rather than just reactive. I think the game is really bad when you can just flowchart everything and respond to your weak auras the entire game of, oh, they use this, I'm using zone. Oh, they use this, IBF and, you know, while stunned. Imagine if they just made it to where you could use Feint while stunned. And Feint actually saved you. Like, that would be so dog shit. But that's what every other class is. So it's like, eh. People act like Waz shouldn't be on top or. Another win trade lobby? Probably. Time to lose 300 points in 3 lobbies. Love it. I tried to play in the daytime. Yeah, we're pretty down bad, Flip. How you doing, though? I'm okay with removing duel. I think 2 charges of Vanish is healthier than prep, though. Oh, another double Paladin lobby. Yes. Every lobby today has been double Paladin. I don't think HPL is that good right now. Yeah, DH is in 99% of lobbies. There's no avoiding that class. It's like half the ladder in every bracket. That's the most damage in the entire game. And that's all that matters now is random scoreboard. I know what my shaman's dying to. Shear. Your guy's just dead though. He accidentally immune my incap. Using sepsis? Yeah, you just press it in place of like a Shadow Strike. But that's it. If I can get the karma off. Somehow my flying serpent kick like glitched into the wall. That was weird. We're just training the healer, or the Ellie, I guess. Trying to rob the doorway, but he actually didn't go for it. Guess I just DR in cap. Pally's just gonna die to air as I'm serenading for the win. All my HPL's mid bubble. Hardest part about learning Rogue? The fact that you have to just put in way more effort and to be consistent. I'm just doing a lot of VOD review. Trying to decipher when to PvE and when to play the game. A lot of times you're going to want to play the game and PvEing is better, or vice versa. Good rough. We're gonna ROP lock him in the room, but he DR caps me. Blinding his healer because I separated them with the ROP. An in-cap in one. He gave him precog at the same time, so it's bad, man. I don't want a karma here, but I might. Hang in this darkness. I want to go the healer, but he's just going to try to ROP me in the room. I just need to make value out of Kiefer. Trap him in there. Karma, I guess. Pops it. They'll damp him too. Probably should have waited on Zwen to pull the trigger here, but just get micro CC'd on it twice anyway. 3 times on it anyway. In cap in 15. Pally's getting soloed by air. God, I hate shuffle so much. Like 06 3 lobbies in a row, minus 300. It's just double paladin lobbies where no one ever dies. Why can't I just get like some rogue lobby where I just tab Serenity solo everyone? Yeah, Rogue is just really situational, which you're not going to have on any other class. Every other class you can just PvE the entire game and you're fine. There's not like multiple speeds you need to learn. Okay, overlap leg sweeps. Big Blair's aggro. They're just gonna bop this Karma, so I need to get ready to use Fort Brew or something. Oh, it's the first one that hasn't gotten bopped this lobby. Still have to use other defensives anyway. Running for a Hajj on my healer. He gets Hajjed by our Ret, I guess. I would incap, but I think they're gonna break it. Didn't mean to disarm there. Let's go spec out of it anyway for. Proc a keeper on this guy real quick, see if I can scare him. Got bubble, nice. Tab trying to solo this guy for a sec. Right out the darkness. Gap healer. Gonna break it though. They're pretty blur aggro on CD for no reason. Drop myself to live. I guess I have to incap the DH because the other guy's got sack and I'm just dying to air. Move my port. Random 200k RSK for no reason with no CDs up. Actually, I had a weapon enchant proc, I guess. Follow this pally because he has no bubble. Bops. Both of them have bops, so I guess I have to hit DH. Another walk. I have no more bops for my Karma, at least. Try to get a double leg sweep off that. Root this guy. The cap. This parry. Probably Karma after this. We overlap it. Feels bad, man. Can incap healer in 4 when he's off DR. Get sack. Can't incap him anymore. Maybe I just incap the DH on meta then. There's not really an easy mode spec for Rogue. Outlaw, you're gonna be really overwhelmed with the rotation. Sup, you're gonna be really overwhelmed with the decision making and playing for really, really tiny couple second windows that mean the entire game. Asta's probably gonna be the easiest in terms of just turning your brain off. But yeah, if you're familiar with survival, I mean, Outlaw's probably the best, like, overall. But if you're like a BM Hunter brain, play Asta. And then if you hate yourself, play Sub. Cap. Actually, no, I don't. Triple sweep though. Come on, 15. I just kite. I don't have Rob for 20 to lock the door. Maybe solo the healer here. Karma in a sec. Shaman might just die to air here. From the wings. Just parry some of this AoE. Triple leg sweep in a sec. I can only get 2. Can cap from 3 though. Still has 30 more seconds of wings that I can't deal with. Cap the healer. Stop some of the fist weaving. I probably just get soloed. Later, Refi. On the keyboard? Yeah. I already put the link to the keyboard in my setup command. I watched some YouTube stuff about it already. Wampa's Windwalker? I mean, it's just 2 paladins. I tanked like 300 rating though today on it. But normally I do top 10. But it doesn't really matter if everyone's just immortal. Okay, overlap in caps. Therapy. Thanks to this. Here, pump. Need to just go healers more in general. Drop. Pre-dampen this. Don't know what we're dying to. That's my other 2 defensives, dying through both of those 2. This is just a parry, but it's a range class anyway. Move my port to this side, I guess. Shouldn't have though. Should have kept it on the other side. Or put it in a room, but healer's getting soloed by the Ellie. He gets hexed after being soloed. Swap just to proc keepers. Gonna swap the healer soon, no sank. I'm dead, just global. Trying not to line my healer, but that was fun. I love tanking 300 points. Do you get conk from each round win? I think it's from each win, yeah. I'm not sure though. You might also need to win more than 3 actually. It's like the worst way to get conquest. You should just choose. Shuffle is terrible for conquest. From the queue times and just how well you need to do. How did I pull that guy over there too? Actually gonna die then. Like a mile away. Hey, can you even use Mutilate with one dagger? Probably not, right? Or no, you could dual wield at level... No, randomly? Okay, yeah. For some reason my brain was thinking like old school, like 20 for dual wield, I don't know why. Not how it is. Oh my god, loves this? What? PGD? It is pretty good, yeah. Crazy how many things are level 10. Not having kick also just feels criminal right now. Yeah, Rogue is really, really boring in Classic until like at least level 20. I think that you can get between the eyes before kidney shot kind of helps a little bit, but brutal like not having vanish and stuff. I'm so dead right now. Yeah, it's brutal for me because I'm just like dropping a lot of subs every single day, and I want to have like fun like playing, you know. I don't know how to like fix my vibe right now. I'm not even like disappointed at AWC. I want ladder to be fun. I need like some sub RMP or something to wake me up. It's just the game is so damp right now. I don't even think the end of the season's gonna fix anything. Just Outlaw's really boring in RNG. And there's still just too many damn rest of the druids ruining the game. And then even if you got rid of our druids, our shamans are just as broken. Everyone's immortal, you don't care about your mana. Our druid hard to pick up if you play Gaster? Not really. Your cyclones are practically bloodless the entire game. It's really easy to fake. Damn, that hit hard. Honestly, I probably should have just followed the route and then came back later. I'm like so stubborn now that I kind of just like wasted like 2 hours. Like I just wanted to like do a couple other quests, get like level 10, and then go get the mutilate glyph. But it's not going the way I wanted. like a mile away from that pulling. I think if that's what started the quest, or like said to go in the cave. I don't think that's actually. That's still annoying. Not having stealth talents is annoying, for sure. Someone level up on that mob too. It couldn't see me that easily, but it is what it is. It's crazy. I was like way over there. I don't know if I can kill both, even with evasion and a health potion. Nice, they're splitting up. Wait for him to pat back and then kill this one first, I guess. Or I can get body pulled a mile away while I'm pickpocketing him. I'll do that later. Ireland. Give up. Very hard to endure, yeah. I do not have the patience, and you know. I hate the time invested equals skill like mindset. Even with the XP buff, it just takes way too long. You play Wrath? A little bit, but then I gave up because I didn't want to raid. I really hate PV. I got most of the tabards at least, just like casual choosing for cap sometimes and just not raiding, but... I raided back in the actual day of like vanilla TBC and Wrath and Kata, but ever since Kata, it completely turned me off of raiding, and I just never want to raid again. Now, whenever there's a PV trinket or anything on retail, I just like do a gold boost, and then I just buy a gold carry or something, and just kind of quid pro quo it. But it's just too depressing. I despise PV in any type, especially leveling. If it takes me more than a day to level in a new expansion, I'm down bad. All I really care about is arena. Especially if you have ults. Like, leveling ults is brutal. At least, like, in this expansion, there's been so much, like, gold boosting for leveling. Where you just kind of AFK and someone levels your ult. I would not have any ults. I have every single class leveled. I wouldn't have any ults if I had to, like, do a 20-hour questing experience per character to play arena on it. I hate questing, even with following an arrow around, you know? If I could level entirely in PvP, I would. I mean, leveling in like vanilla is like hundreds of hours, like all the way through. Just insanity. I think the game has a responsibility to like respect the player's time a lot of the time. Pretty big turnoff when they don't. I always forget. If anything's even remotely higher level, you pull it 4 universes away. Actually landed a gouge, world first. I died of this bleed though, I think. I lived. COD content? I don't know about that. Maybe. Random rare spawns. Rested XP? It's like a paywall add-on that I just paid for forever ago. New servers to help me outside, that'd be nice. I really should have just followed the arrow though and just did the skip into the wetlands. My brain thought I could, you know, do quests my own level. Aptitude test? I get it, man. You're good. What kind of branch are you going for? On that sod grind? I mean, nothing else to do. It's IQ viewer 2s. Or it. I just need a break from viewer 2s for a little bit. Build do you play? I don't know yet. I've been asking around. I was asking Perplexity some questions. Do accounts even do this? Yeah. You can't dual box Classic unless you pay for 2 subs. Which I already had 2 subs. I already did dual box Shuffle Cube. I technically have 3 subs because I have a Europe account too. And depends what rating you're at. My problem is occasionally I'll do non-viewer 2s and then instantly spike up to like 2-4, and then it's brutal for the first viewer I throw into the deep end where it's like, oh, you're 1600 but we're playing at 2200 and you're fighting rank 1s. And then they just get gapped for like 10 losses in a row and it's just awkward. That shit's annoying, but... I don't even think this is where the dwarves are that I need. Way over there. I don't know why I thought they were in here. Paying 3 subs via gold? What do you mean? Oh, like how I pay 3 subs? No, I just do the 6 month. Since my viewer choose is free, I just eat the cost as a part of business doing streaming. But maybe I just stopped playing on Europe. I don't play on it enough to justify it, to be honest. It's just I'd already bought a 6 month sub. I want to have like Dream Team, you know, EU morning streams. That's the whole reason I justify it, but that way I can play 3s in the first half of the day and then play 3s at night on NA, but it never really works that way. On top of me, unlucky. At least it didn't aggro. Yeah, I have like 150 ping on EU. I'm West Coast. Whereas when Europeans play on NA, it's usually East Coast or Central, and they only get like 100 ping, like 120. But playing from West Coast is way worse. And if you're like an East Coaster playing on EU, you get like 100. Not that bad at all compared to what I have to deal with when I do it, but it's worse than playing drunk, but I still make it work sometimes. That's the thing though, it's debate, because like I have never actually gotten in a West Coast. East Coasters always have better ping than me, even though I have 20 ping, like less than that. I have like usually 18 to 20. Every single arena I get put on, it puts me in Central, in Chicago, if I'm playing with anyone remotely East. And generally East Coast to Central is actually closer than West Coast to Central, because Chicago isn't truly Central if you cut the country in half. Very East Coast favored. So generally, your ping will go down in arena, and every West Coast's ping will go up in arena. Unless you're playing on a public test realm or a tournament server. Because for whatever reason, the tournament server is West Coast. Like true West Coast. Instead of in Chicago. So like, even if you play on a West Coast server like Tyke, your ping is generally just gonna skyrocket every time you go into an arena. If there's anyone East Coast in the lobby. Or in your party. Or on the enemy team. So like even if you're on a West Coast server, you have 20 ping on your server, and you're like, hell yeah. You queue in arena, you instantly go up 40 to 50 ping. It's crazy how much of a melting pot NA is for Arena, because like you have the Chinese now that WoW is banned in China, and then you have the Australians, you got the Chinese, then you have just West Coast versus East Coast. You got the Canadians, you got the Southern America, servers. Someone was asking something about better bliss plates. Let me look. How do you remove the nameplates of allied and enemy pits? I think allied you could just keybind the show allied nameplates or whatever, and you just turn it off. Okay, I think you could just turn this, and then just make sure you have the keybind for. I think it's in targeting. Show friendly nameplates. Go back to the scene. So yeah, you're gonna go toggle on and off for Arena Auto, turn this off, and then keybind show friendly nameplates and press that to turn friendly off permanently, and then you won't have friendly nameplates. And then the other thing you were saying is when I don't have an enemy targeted, the nameplate bars are really transparent. I think that's just a setting in the base UI. You want to turn off always show nameplates on. Right? Is that what he's talking about, Bodhi? Or is it in the CVAR list you said? This, I think. Blizzard CVAR tab. You can just set the min alpha to 1, yeah. Yeah, Bodhi's insane. Is there not like an easier way across? Crazy. Like a new enemy CD tracker? I mean, Throwing in the maple syrup army. Look at this high RuneScape APM right here. Thank you. Sorry, I do not. So I'm not even gonna play Diffuse. Finally, some content. See if I'm gonna get griefed for the 4th lobby in a row. Got Drunk Driver X. Rest in peace, my serenity. You'll be missed. Can't kick the clone. Nice, yes. Trinket. But my lock doesn't die to air here. He might. He's probably dead here. Valley's in bubble free casting, but his HP's not going up. No stop for this clone because I kicked the last one. I just gave him precog and kicked into it. Controlling. Maybe I one-shot the guy anyway, though. Nope, someone rage quit on the second round of the game. Nice. I think I waited all of that time to go 0-1. Yeah, the H-Pal rage quit. This game really respects my time. Look at these lobbies. I'm already down 300. We love gambling and people just never pressing buttons on my team at all. Because queuing before 6 PM is complete win trade. Every game someone lives at 1% and then we just die to air without bubbling. 4 lobbies in a row. And then a rage quitter that game. Nice. Don't know how you have the mental for it. Do you not think I'm in my Joker villain arc right now? If I didn't have my girlfriend, I would be Jover right now. I'm living for my family. And the people I care about. That's about it. I just need to go full South Park Cartman mode and just freeze myself until War Within comes out. Because the game is pretty dog shit right now. I mean, even if you have friends for 2s and 3s, like, there's a 2-hour window of the entire day where you can play 3s. I mean, there's no excuse for the queue times, whether you cater to healers or not. But Shuffle just needs to be scrapped and redesigned into a different form of solo content. It needs to be best of one game. Very blind side. I mean, there's nothing else to do. I'm tired of doing viewer twos every single day. Still queuing shuffles. I wish people played threes before 6 p.m., but the whole do 5 hours of miserable twos, log off, and then like say I'm gonna take a 1 or 2 hour break and then try to queue threes when I get back and then just not have threes. It is too depressing. Or end up like doing some YOLO 2400 shit with someone's ult, or like doing tournament practice off stream now that tournaments are over though, that's gone. So it's just, I don't know. Lycopium is, they actually changed SOD at least, and maybe they'll add arena to it. And I've heard there's PvP gear, so. No way that happens. I think there's a higher chance that happens than Blizzard ever give a fuck about like PvP. No. If I want like a world PvP island, it's a worthy investment at least for like dual boxing content. Because they're never gonna make like PvP accessible or remove any barriers to entry. They're just gonna like intentionally kill it and then gaslight us of, see, it's dead. This is why you should raid instead. Always gonna be their approach. What happens if I don't do my taxes and do it next year? I get arrested. I gotta figure that out. Get audited and yeah, I can't really do that. Yeah, I have like 4,000 probably I'm gonna need to pay, even though I only made like 25k. And living paycheck to paycheck, I gotta budget that at the end of April last minute. Maybe file for an extension even. Or I get just completely robbed. I only played Overwatch when it was like the beta or whatever. I just never liked how like forced tanks and healers and stuff were, and I don't really like objectives. If the game was just Tracer only team deathmatch, I think it would be like Quake tier good. But not for me. Really? I was like 10 yards away from the other one. I should have just max range thrown. I think Pika and the WAS games will go. I don't know, honestly. It just depends on where the meta's at. Pika's team is very depending on the patch. Because their ults usually aren't polished at the level they want. Yeah, take res. Fuck it. Well, there's no res sickness before level 2. If Shaman stays broken and infinite mana, I mean, Lontar's also a really good Shaman. I think RLS is better than RPS if it happened right now. Not like a RPS is good into Rogue Mage and Waz's team can only play Rogue Mage right now kind of thing. So I would give it to Waz's team right now. There's no beat in Chanimal when it comes to Warlocks. I thought I had multiple quests to turn in, and that I was gonna hit level 10 and get dual wield, but I'll say that's turned in down there though. Can't tell if that's bugged or something. Oh. I mean, Twitch chat is absolutely like brain dead. Not even at like people roasting my series where it was like roasting my damage when I was like actually doing really good damage. And it's like impossible to out damage. Like out Destro Lock or like a Boomy or, you know, or a DH as like an outlaw rogue. Like you're gonna be last on damage as an outlaw regardless. But like most people were getting roasted when there was just, you know, really obvious things of like details being bugged. Like a lot of like heals get counted as damage and shit. And it's just like, oh, this one healer interaction gave this guy a 3 million lead. You know, wow, that's such a gap, you know. What's funny is like Cubsy beat like Sam on damage. Allegedly, you know, according to details. I don't know how bugged it was. But details is like never accurate. And Sam was getting 15% haste from Roll the Bones and Tricks of the Trade. And Dazed was playing OP Cloak and Disarm for like maximum class envy. I was surprised that Calvish went 0-2 into the team I lost to also as Outlaw. I think they could have just played RLS. It would have been fine. Usually he's an alt of like a Windwalker, right? That and he just doesn't stream. There's always streamer bias. Like back in the day before Meh was on like Waz's team. You know, people would just talk about random like mediocre priests and say they're the best priest. Like if you don't stream, sadly, you know, people will just look at ladder or whatever. Which can always be influenced by having one good Q session and sitting, or like Q sniping or Q dodging, or having some stupid PvE item, or what players they have access playing with, you know, like ladder usually just isn't like the thing to look at. You have to like play against them and be like, okay, this guy fakes every single kick. He's insane. Which is not something you can expect of Twitch chat. Because, you know, they're all, you know, low rated. I've already done my associate's degree. But I'm not passionate about what I went to school with, and I have all the student loan debt anyway. And I can't really afford to take on new debt, so... What set me on the path of computer networking was I just didn't want to get DDoSed anymore back in the day. But, yeah. Boring. I forgot most of what I learned already. Thought I learned Mutilate. Did it bug out? Or have to train it? I definitely did it. I don't know why it's gone now. I clicked on the green thing in my bags. I would rather just self-teach myself a couple like new things of just like learning another language, learning to code and stuff like that. There's not enough hours in the day. I have to be level 10. I know I need dual wield to cast it. I just thought it would still show up in my rune page, but because you need 2 daggers. Yeah. Good. I'm killing level 12s. The thing is, you pay high taxes in NA too, but you get almost nothing from it. The roads are shit, you know. Yeah, I only have like 20k of debt at least. I don't want a potion here. Hopefully I don't get hit. Why's evasion gotta not work? Yeah, I think my girlfriend's at like 40 or 50. And I'm at 25. And we are paycheck to paycheck because our rent is $16.50. And we both have school debt. Unfortunate. That, and we're a little bougie with how we eat in terms of like what we buy for her to cook. She has expensive hobbies with like knitting and stuff. That, and we did BlizzCon, which was a lot. BlizzCon was actually really expensive for us. Always on the back foot, now taxes. Wish I could ever have a savings, but... Yeah, it's insane. She has thousands of, like... How many skeins of yarn she has? Because she needs to get the really, really nice, like... cashmere type of, like, acid-dyed stuff. Got a couple really cool cowls out of it, though, that are really warm. Oversharing for the win, I mean. I'm gonna be 30 next month. My birthday's March 1st. I think I was further along in my life at 22. But it's fine. I'm happier than I used to be, at least. Kinda. Just not at the game, but like in the rest of my personal life. Even though my family's situation is worse and I'm helping them out a lot. I think overall my mindset outside of the game is definitely healthier. Therapy helped with that a bit. But I still get really annoyed at the game because I'm just so passionate and I care about it and I want it to be something. I want Arena to be like Fortnite level big. If it had like a free-to-play Arena server that you just couldn't leave a PvP island or something, you know? Or a level 1 PvP, like Guild Wars. But it's just never gonna happen. Redesigning every single class to be more interactive and a higher skill cap and more transparent about what's going on. Quadrupling how good the base UI is, so noobs can actually understand anything. And just the animations of the game. I think it's possible. They would just have to revamp almost everything. Because for me, I hate FPS games. What else is there at that point? I don't like gambling and playing like Hearthstone or TFT. It seems like it's only been FPS for like the last 10 years. For what's like actually big, you know? I don't know, I'm very, very dedicated to WoW. It's like my life at that point. More than like my identity of like when I used to play drums and stuff and just being a metalhead, or like any of like my life experiences and stuff. Or how interested I am in like tech and stuff. Like, I don't know, I've just always, like I could just daydream about a WoW arena practically and just like imagine an entire 3v3 in my head. Or, like what I want to do and what I want to do different and improving, and like VOD review in my head. Because I'm addicted about it, you know? It's like the only thing I actually, like, can give me nightmares and keep me up. In terms of just, like, you know, having a bad queue session. And just being like, I never have that feeling with any other game. I could be high rated in League, I could be high rated in StarCraft. Nothing's had, like, that much of a... I mean, I don't wake up in like a cold sweat. I never really dream or remember anything with dreams. I meant more like, you know, in terms of like just getting insomnia from it and trying to replay things over in my head and, you know, trying to optimize things. And hard for me to care about anything else to the level I care about WoW. Outside of like certain family members and stuff. Anything else is just a job or, you know, just a game. But like WoW goes beyond just a game for me. So it makes me sad when it's just like a homeless drug addict, you know, Stockholm syndrome for like 20 years of ruining me. Like that's how I see WoW, you know? That's what it just is. Like it's just bummed my time. Like it could be a rocket scientist if it just wanted to, like, you know, make PvP 1/10 of how PvE is. Like if there was solo queue that was like 1 round and there was double DPS 2s while you wait on healer for 3s, and there was a world PvP island where you could reset your duels in like a safe area too for your CDs, and there was just non-stop, no Dalaran, no 30-minute waiting on a healer, and I could just non-stop, you know, Zoomer ADD action with no downtime, my life would be 100 times better. With actual matchmaking and stuff. Which, you know, if they ever fixed healing and made healing fun, and queues went down to 10 minutes, and I guess I relied on SOD for like world PvP or something, maybe I could make a combo of what I want. But I just, WoW in general is like 90% downtime and just all social politics nowadays. Or RNG. Not enough keyboard right now? What do you mean? Go to work at Blizz? I mean, that would make me even more depressed. I don't know. I'm not qualified to ever be in a spot that would like be able to bring real change. And being on like a QA kind of situation just seems like you would get ignored and don't know walled on everything. You're just there to like test a bug or something, you know? No feet. I don't know. I've always just been so much more emotionally invested in the game than pretty much anyone I queue with. That's why I've always kind of not vibed well with social cliques of just like naturally talented, you know, stoner people. You know, where they just giggle and laugh and, you know. For me, winning is fun, playing well is fun, and then, you know, I don't really care that much about the banter and all that. I just like optimize my computer, optimize my internet, do a lot of VOD review, change my keybinds constantly to try to play as fast as possible. I'm always full sweat. It's instead of death by 1,000 cuts, it's get good by 1,000 little optimizations. One thing at a time. And I feel like I have to put in like so much more effort. And it's kind of just heartbreaking when it's like for nothing, kind of. Or it's just like, why can't I just crack a claw, you know, and not care about anything? I wish effort got like rewarded more, and you know, in general. Yeah, solo queue should have been done the way private servers did it like 10, 15 years ago. Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't know what's gonna be when the WoW servers actually ever do shut down. That'll be interesting. When there's not a, it's going on forever, and when I truly do quit, selling my account is like my pension, you know. But I don't know. I think I would hold on to it. Until the servers truly, truly, permanently die, you know? Yeah, it's still gone. Or is it in ESSA? I have to relog? Oh no, there it is. I don't know why my bars are grayed out. That's weird. Yeah, shuffle is just not the way to do it for sure. There's so many things they could have just not been stubborn about and copied private servers on. I don't even know if like the whole monetization aspect of everything makes sense anymore either. Maybe that'll change into the whole Microsoft thing. With how greedy the shop is, I don't even know if there needs to be a fucking sub. Like, I'm still butthurt about the whole goth like skirt transmog where it was like no, the first transmog set to literally be just a recolor and also have to be bundled in with a mount for 30. Like that's insane. Like eventually that set's going to the trading post, but like, you know, the FOMO of, oh, I want to make a cool transmog with it now, you know, and not wait like 3 or 4 months. To probably not even get the full set on the trading post is insane. don't know what's going on with my bags. Build did you choose? Probably. Wait, does this not affect mutilate? Oops. Oh, that's unfortunate. I thought mutilate was in that category. I'll respec later. It's do I need to disarm? I do. Talents start at level 10. Same Frost Mage that kind of griefed me a couple lobbies ago. Forget who Beehole Blender is, isn't this Foxy Llama? Looks I tanked like 300 points. Probably should have waited till the Bladestorm ended, but also just shouldn't send Serenity until I'm on every single DR in the game. Getting feared on my fist, but didn't. Gets trapped out of the angel form. Roll over to kick Flashy on a sec. Gonna incap Priest, so you can have sheep. Farm with the Bladestorm. You get precog. There's the ulti penance, they're going to be completely fine and topped. At least I have Serenity really soon. I'll disarm the Shattering Threat. I probably shouldn't have wasted my Keeper here. Disarm Warbreaker. I have Serenity in a sec. Just get Warrior Food on it. Turtle, I guess. Move my port. Disarm in 2. Disarm in 1. From the warrior. We kick Priest in a sec. Group the warrior. Flashy modern Battlefield vibe or the old school vibe? I like arena, and I hate any form of PvE or questing or or raiding. So yeah, whatever doesn't have me do 90% filler content that I don't want to do is what I'm going to enjoy. But I prefer CC mattering and people playing fast and not PvE padding Mythic Plus playing for mana. So retail actually was pretty fun for a couple months, and after the 23rd of January, it's kind of dead to me, but maybe it'll change back to being a video game. Dude, I don't know. It's faded on his sphere. Getting glacial. Need to move my port. A little scary because I'm lighting my healer on the frost bomb. Pre-Ross. I shouldn't have Keyford into the Ross. I should have like AFK. I might just die here. Sucks because my healer's playing that way. I need to move my port again now. Serenity in 3. I'm gonna gouge mage. It'd be annoying. Cap healer out of that. But here I have Dampen Harm, but I don't think I get it off. Nice swap. Try to incap healer in a sec. Go fear. I have touch of death if I can get there. Best rank 1 title? Depends on what your character name is. You should have a rank 1 title that has alliteration, you know? Vengeful Venruki, Notorious Naj, Sinister Stun God. Hence, if you have a name that starts with X like Zaryu, you're fucked, because there will never be Xylophone Gladiator. Farm Warrior, I'm not playing Discern this one. I like connect one global, please. Perhaps me, yep. Faked his death, I can fake his incap. The fade immuned my shit, even though I waited a whole extra second. I feel like the fade was over, but okay. I have Serenity soon. After this block, I can just karma. Warrior might be dead here though. Really, man? Want to play with my Serenity one time? Warrior just dies to air. Unlucky. If I ever got like dispelled, that'd be huge. That never happens in shuffle. Waiting for them to peel me before I actually commit anything. Tired of just getting warrior food every time I press anything. Yeah, I kill after this. And I missed my list. Bro, I just want to play. Why am I getting sub-rogued on every class I play? Wish I can get some like value ring of pieces, but guess it's just a 6-0 healer diff for the Foxy. Should've gone back disarm for this one. Bet I'm getting Warrior Fear at this global. He has it for every single Serenity, and I can't like force Fear without it. Can't stop the Ray. Should only have Trinket, I guess. Save my Trinket for the actual Fear. Even though Fear's a shorter CD than it. Gonna not break that trap with my fist. Should've stopped the Glacial. Get a full sheep. Pick the resheep though. I'll incap the mage. JK, he's kicking that. Incap the Ray of Frost. Armor this guy. Waste the traps. I guess I'll incap the healer when I get out of this. Which I don't have it for 15. Get the second block, but we're just dead. Yeah, that's fun. Way down 300 points. Might take a break soon though, and then like try to do threes in a couple hours or something. I don't know if I can queue another shuffle, and I don't really want to quest either. I don't really want to do viewer twos either, and I will be too cranky to do threes if I find it right now. So take an hour and a half, clear my head, hopefully have threes and come back. But we got to figure out what we're doing. So GG's guys, I'm gonna take a break.